Salutations, gamers. My name is Gaming.to, and if you want to learn the ins and outs of any solo story mode deck, well, I'm not gonna show you the tutorials, but I am going to show you the lore. Narrated, of course. For this, I will, however, disable my webcam. I'm not entirely disabled as you won't see anything. It's just that my face cam will be off. As we move on to the first solo gate, you'd probably see here. Once you've dueled in the two tutorial gates. If you don't want to hear lore, turn away now. But if you do, stay a while and listen. This is not for the rewards, I already had rewards. It's only to get acquainted. And it will be acquainted with the archetype of that solo gate. Let's start. The Absolute Monarch. In this world, some beings embody the concept of destruction. Their dignified appearance and behavior were like those of monarchs. No one knew for what purpose the monarchs sought the destruction of the world. They wield the paranormal powers and reduce everything in their sight to nothingness. Thunder booms before them, and trees turn brittle. They boil the mountains and crack the earth. They conjure storms and submerge all into unfathomable darkness. The world steeped in turmoil and rage, subsumed by violence. And when there is nothing more to destroy, they move on to the next land, searching for further destruction. All that witness this great destruction shudder in fear. It is the fate of any unfortunate enough to be in the path to disappear in an instant. And among the destroyers of this world, there is an alpha. Its overwhelming power of intimidation lays other destroyers prone, and it possesses untold strength. Erebus, the underworld monarch. Erebus, the underworld monarch, sits on his throne in the darkness of darkness, looking on at the destruction of the world, as if were as if it were the most natural thing. The advances of the monarchs, who embody the very concept of destruction, continue. How many countless worlds must they have destroyed? Lightning storms, blizzards, lava, and seismic catastrophe. All manners of destruction assail the world. As they advance, the monarchs grow ever stronger, perpetually pushing the boundaries of destruction. Their power defiles all matter equally. There is no way to discern whether or not the monarchs are aware of what they destroy. They advance, thoroughly expunging all that enters the fields of vision, no matter the scenery. However, in a land reduced to rubble, from the heavens descended the Creator. Ether, the heavenly monarch. A savior descended, as of a miracle, to a land awaiting its destruction. Whether this creator could be counted as one of the monarchs is unknown. The ground in which the creator has landed slowly begins to revive. A day will surely come when this land, regenerated by the creator, will be destroyed again. Nonetheless, with no reward, Ether, the heavenly monarch, fills this ruined world with the light of rebirth. That's all the lore of the monarchs. Now let's go down one with the warriors of the 6 elemental lords. Let's begin. This will be a lore-filled episode. Just saying. The world is comprised of 6 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. The elements were brought to Earth by 6 elemental lords. The world is at peace as long as the 6 elements are in equilibrium. However, when that balance is disturbed, the elemental lords appear. when the elemental lord's physical forms have increased in density enough to be seen by humans, disaster occurs. The elemental lords have appeared numerous times, causing natural disasters throughout the world. The ancients built temples to calm these recurring natural disasters. People prayed continually, but the elemental lords did not possess the capacity to answer those prayers. However, the people's desperate prayers will be answered miraculously after hundreds of years. Another power that had nothing to do with the elemental lords may have taken pity on them. The elemental lords chose a handful of humans. They were called the Element Saber. They served the elemental lords and maintained the order of the elements. The Element Saber now protect the temples, which pilgrims no longer visit. And day to day, they manage the elements that compromise the world to not flare out of control. Let's say, for example, the element of fire flares up. The element saber will enhance the power of the water element. It will rain throughout the land, extinguishing the flames. When one element gets out of hand, the forces of the opposite element are increased, restoring balance. The element sabers inherit only a fraction of the elemental lord's authority and cannot exercise all the power. Nor should that power make them feel as if they are gods. They use their ability to command, train, and do right. Training never ends for the element sabers. Upon clearing both of them, you will unlock new solo gates, which you can do in any order. If you want to do them one by one as if they are listed, the next solo gate you will go to will be Ruin and Demise. Yin and Yang, order and chaos. Light and darkness. Two sides of a coin coexisting with one another. Yet they're enemies in a way. When a world is about to perish, it is seen on its way by two beings. The first is a red being that envelops the golden light and draws the curtain on the world. She is an androgynous goddess, garbed in red robes. She is a god with no believers. That's only natural. A world visited by the goddess Ruin is on the path to destruction. Any intelligent life that would believe in and worship that god would soon cease to exist. The second is a black being that envelops the world in blue flames which pulverizes the earth. A towering, omnipotent demon king adorned in black armor. He is a king with no vassals. That's only natural. A world visited by the demon king Demise will soon meet his end. Those who would respect and serve that king would soon have their very lives destroyed. The red being, Ruin, Queen of Oblivion, brings to the world a reversal of time. When evil has spread throughout civilization, and when the world's end is in sight, the red being returns the world to a state before that cause of evil occurred. There are cases in which this reversal may restore the world to a primordial state full of intelligent life. In this way, the world is reborn with hopes that life will transpire on the correct path. For those living in the current world, this would be synonymous with extinction. The process of rewinding the world to promote the proper development of life. What if the world continually takes the wrong path, no matter how many times it restarts? The black being, Demise, King of Armageddon, brings about the true end of the world. Its formidable power crushes the world's very foundations and eradicates all living things. There remains no trace that the world was there, only absolute nothingness. The Queen of Oblivion and King of Armageddon. What lies in the heart of a being will witness the destruction of the world countless times over eons. That remains unknown to those who disappear. From one ritual-based deck to the other, this is the mystery of the Megalith. In ancient times, many monumental stone structures were built. Stone circles and pyramids are some examples of this. However, in many other worlds, there are various types of colossal structures. Let's take a look at one of these, the grand stone structures known as the Megalith. The Megalith is a white statue that resembles an angel. Her wavy hair hangs down to her shoulders, and her eyes are closed in a gentle expression. What catches the eye most of all are the wings on her back, like those of an angel. Her radiant holiness inspires reverence and modesty in all who behold her. On the other hand is a black devil, Megalith, a statue of a haggard devil, crouching with contorted limbs. Its face hides behind a mask. The only clue to its expression is its slightly exposed mouth. The thorns that are driven through the side of his body inspire dread in the beholder. The sculpture of two children, the white and black, Megalith.to. They appear a lovely pair of twins. By the shape of the wings, the white sculpture appears to be an angel, while the black sculpture appears to be a demon. It is also notable that they wear contrasting facial expressions. The pedestals of the megalith are comprised of an unknown material, not of natural stone. The distinct features include a heptagonal decoration and a pattern imbued with mysticism. What kind of power is hidden within these pedestals, which emit a gentle light? The pedestals of the megalith may act as a door to another world, or a stake connecting another creature. Appearing for the pedestal of Megalith, Megalith boasts two pair of wings. A far cry for the gentle Ophiel. This ferocious angel is adorned with a helmet and shield, wielding a spear. Appearing for the pedestal of Megalith, the great devil Megalith has 4 wings. It is a devil of formidable build with glaring golden horns. For the pedestal of Megalith blazes the many-headed dragon, Megalith Aratron. Its momentum threatens to flatten the earth and to swallow all. It can be said that all of these compromise but one form of the power from the Megalith, born from the Megalith. But that is not all. The Megalith had the power to create a kind of force field even after destroyed. How were they made? And what is the true identity of the hidden power? The Megalith are entities shrouded in grey mystery. The key to solving this mystery Maybe a truth that emerges from beyond the Megalith themselves. Next, we move away from rituals and get into the territory of monsters that can swarm the field. To begin with the Gem Knights, aka the Pyroxene Warriors. Pyroxene Warriors, the Gem Knights, with hearts of justice. Diligent in their training, but reluctant to utilize their prowess in battle, they led a peaceful existence. However, those calm days were threatened by the Flame people, the Laval. This aggressive nation of Flame Warriors sought to invade the land of the Gem Knights. Averse to this fruitless conflict, the Gem Knights did not aggressively engage them. But for the Laval, the inaction of the Gem Knights was fuel to the fire. Day by day, collisions increased between the Laval and the Gem Knights. At last, the Gem Knights resolved themselves to a full-on conflict to protect the homeland. The Gem Knights possessed a core that shone like a gem, which they activated as a force to aid them in battle. In addition, they could utilize the core to fuse with other knights to become even more powerful warriors. The fused Gem Knights include the following: Gem Knight Ruby, who repelled the enemy. Gem Knight Aquamarine, who defended its companions. Gem Knight Topaz, who tormented its opponents. At first, some of the Gem Knights laid in waiting for their enemies, but eventually they decided to join the fight, one by one. In the midst of fierce battle, the Gem Knights fused further into an even more powerful force. However, this clash between the tribes was not only the beginning of the turmoil that followed. The Gem Knights, who had risen to defend their comrades, were now caught up in the great swell of battle. At first, they loathed the conflict, but to counter their great evil, they eventually fused with other races to grow more powerful, such as the Vylon, who descended from heaven, or even the Laval themselves. The Gem Knights, the Pyroxene Warriors with hearts of justice. Their fate shall unfold in glorious detail in another tale. Now, this one fuses with spells. But what if I told you there is a fusion method that does not require any spells? That's where these monsters came in for. Are you the one who will be bestowed the glory of the Gladiator Beasts? In ancient times, a great empire ruled the world. Their city was prosperous, and its inhabitants lived in peace. War was a thing of faraway lands, and the aristocrats, unknowing of the danger, decided to build a great amphitheater, the Colosseum. Therein, gladiator beasts fought to the death for sport. Tournaments were held day and night to satisfy the latent bloodlust of the aristocrats. Long live the Empire! Salute the dying heroes! At the blast of a horn, a fierce battle will begin, in which the beasts will fight with claws, fangs, and any weapons available. At the Colosseum, those who captivated the crowds were lavished with praise. This spurred on the gladiator beasts who risked great peril for the spectators' cheers. The Empire enjoyed a fiery height of prosperity, but a small spark would set it on the path to destruction. And with the decline of the Empire, the frequency of fighting tournaments decreased. The aristocrats sealed the Colosseum for eternity, for fear that the gladiator beasts, who lost the battleground, might revolt. Many years passed since the fall of the Empire, and the Colosseum decayed over time. But one day, the ground with faded bloodstains shined, and the gladiator beasts appeared. Among the seats long empty of spectators, the starting horn once again echoed. Long live the Empire! Salute the dying beasts! Oh, sorry. Dying heroes. My bad. Inside the Colosseum, framed by that decaying city, the gladiator beasts fought once again. And in jubilation of the heroic travails, the cheers of the aristocrats could once more be heard. Did I say dying beasts twice? Shit. Oh well. Not that I could change much of it. The gladiator beasts enacted various contests as a response of the voices of invisible spectators. One-on-one combats, platoon battles, sieges, naval battles. And when their excitement peaked, the seal that bound the bravest of the gladiator beasts was broken. In close combat platoon battles, they were the gladiator beasts, beasts proud of their iron physiques. In the large-scale sieges, they were bird gladiator beasts, most active at radio parties and aerial assault. In the naval battles at the Colosseum, they were the gladiator beasts of fishy sea serpent form, who drew the prey down into the dark waters. And the deadly weapons they wielded, battle machines and chariots, were revived. The Colosseum regained its glory through the brave heroics of the gladiator beasts. When the fervor of the contest reached an epic crescendo, the gates of the Colosseum were opened, and the terrifying death march commenced. Next, you don't want to have these monsters in attack mode, because if you do, you must attack with them at any cost. This will be studying the origins of the Karakuri. Have you heard of a tome called Karakuri Anatomy? What are the inner workings of the Karakuri? How did they come to be? All one could want to know of the Karakuri is contained in this tome. Let us unravel the mysteries of this tome and delve into the deep world of the Karakuri. A long time ago, there was constant conflict between the nations. The turmoil was the very picture of hell on earth. In the midst of that era, in order to quell the strife, one feudal lord assembled the greatest Karakuri craftsmen. The feudal lord proclaimed to the engineers, "I want you to develop soldiers stronger than firearms. This is an important command. I want you to give to all." Immediately, the engineers set out to develop devices capable of wielding great power. Crucial to the devices were golden gears located in a faraway country. The feudal lord granted the engineers' wishes, successfully acquiring the golden gears, and thus the serious devices of untold power were forged. After several years, Karakuri equipped with the golden gears were completed. The workmanship of the Karakuri was unrivaled. Their handiwork was impressive to all who beheld it. Fortifications included the Karakuri Castle, a cornerstone of armor and defense. They were now prepared for battle. Under the command of Karakuri Shogun Maro 00 Brei, the Karakuri soldiers went headlong into battle. After so many battles, what a blessing that an era of calm had been ushered in. The era of war had come to an end. Now we'll explore what lies in store next for the Karakuri. So in times of peace, what became of the Karakuri? Delving yet again into the tome Karakuri anatomy. Next we'll examine how the Karakuri lived. Since Karakuri Shokumaru 00 Burei had become ruler, many years had passed. Around Karakuri Castle there was unparalleled prosperity. On the high roads, not only Karakuri, but townsfolk, such as Zed's merchants, were common sights. Merchants peddled Karakuri Gamma Oil and Karakuri Gold Dust on the street, whereas there were medicine for the Karakuri. These were in high demand, and for the merchants, they proved most profitable. The fortress in which the Karakuri live is long unchanged. The gears that keep it functioning work as well as the water wheels by the river. The Karakuri lived a peaceful life, though there's one thing alone that they fear. That thing is fire. When a fire starts in town, even if it is in an area of great concern, the Karakuri can help each other extinguish it. Because the Karakuri live by lending each other a hand. The Karakuri exist to this day. That much we know from the many books that remain. As this story continues to unravel, new discoveries await around every corner. From one ancient folklore to the other, we have a Specter slaying flames as we delve into the Shirinui. In that era of warring states, heroes across the lands were in conflict with each other. As some strived to unify the land, nations formed and perished, and countless battles were waged. No place escaped the flames of battle, and the long-enduring wars wrought havoc not only on the fields, but also in the hearts of the people. And when the world was devastated, a unique type of monster appeared. The Specters. The Specters misled the people, and sometimes manipulated the wise into calling for more war. There was a young samurai who devoted his life to battling the Specters. The samurai studied not only various schools of swordsmanship, but also the art of exorcism. Using the Shirinui style method, a fusion of the various arts, he sparked a war before anyone knew, along with like-minded people. The name of the samurai who vanquished countless specters had spread like ripples among them. In seeking his death, the Specters attacked with a large army. Without losing a step, the Shirinui style confronted the assault. But no matter how strong it was, The samurai was merely a human. In the end, he was overcome, and the Specters trapped his spirit inside his beloved katana. Meanwhile, the Specters decreased in number and lost much of the power, slinking back to the darkness from whence they came. The Specters disappeared, but the time will come when they will accumulate power and reappear. Though now his spirit sealed within his katana, the lore of battle and Shiranui's style techniques were passed on to posterity by his surviving comrades. Soon after the dark war between the young samurai and the Specters, the world ceased to be at war. Peace had been restored, and an era where few knew of war was ushered in. The battle between the Shiranui's style and the Specters continued on. The current generation's successor is known as Shiranui Samurai. In this post-warring state world, the young warrior shows bravery and courage. Along with Shiranui's style synthesis, he united with the spirit of the founder of Shiranui and dove headlong into the battle with the Specters. Though the world of humans had become peaceful, the battle between the Shiranui style and the Specters continued. The Shiranui Samurai and the spirit of the founder united into Shiranui Shogun Saga. He slashed a great many Specters, but could not eradicate them. The Shiranui Samurai was highly trained mentally and physically and possessed great skill, but it couldn't reproduce the grandeur of the founder's battle prowess. To seal off the Specters, comrades of the Shiranui style rushed to prepare the final measures. The Specters that noticed this siege upon the fort that acted as the base. Meanwhile, the Shiranui style were ready the Shiranui style Samsara. By combining Shiranui's Spirit Master and Shiranui's Solitaire, they created a soul-called gate, connecting their world and the spirit world. What is to be done with that gate? In the cold atmosphere, the protectionist chants reverberated. The Specters surrounded the fort and gradually focused the siege. At the peak of the protectionist chants, the ultimate Shiranui-style force appeared through the gate, the founder and apex. It was the form of Shiranui's Sun Saga. The Specters were terrified. Among the Specters, some still remembered being felled by this young samurai. The power of Shiranui's Sun Saga was tremendous, as he cut down the remaining Specters and successfully sealed them away. And so the war waged for hundreds of years between the Shiranui style and the Specters came to an end. You know, They keep calling it Specters. But in the trading card form, I believe they're called Mayakashi. As we move on to some heroic gears. These is more of a comic style. Gears of Justice, dispatch! The world was a great turmoil, thanks to evil Dr. Girick, who had plans to conquer the world. Created by Dr. Girick, the Vorugiano troops held the earth in tremor. Oh, fuck, I said tremor instead terror. Gaming, for the love of God! Would the earth be conquered by the evil human gears? Would the earth be conquered by the evil human gears? Please, no sneeze. I don't want to fucking sneeze right now. But when there is evil, there is justice. For every clockwise gear, there is a counterclockwise one. It just so happens that Professor Colossal, an authority of gear engineering, secretly created Gears of Justice. Gladiator! To the scene at top speed. Check out his cornering. Gig Accelerator! Marine service, check! Use the water pressure, no problem! Gig Gag! Fly to the other side of the earth. You've cleared Mach speed. Gig Attacker! Blast through whatever's in your path. My heavy artillery will decimate hostile entities. Gig Arsenal! This drill can pierce anything. I'll show you how deep I can dig. Gear Yoga. Double shoes on just to show I can withstand any attack. Gear Armor. And double barrels will awaken the giant. Super gear weapon. Gear Gigant X. These gear weapons of justice were sorted again in order to follow Dr. Gear's plans. The large Volurigiano army led by Dr. Geark presented Geargiano and the others with quite a struggle. Various gear units were wrecked, and even the ever reliable Gear Gigant X was on the brink of powering down due to drop in output. Were the gears just to be defeated before the gears of evil? Was the rotating speed of the gears of justice inferior to that of the gears of evil? It could be that they were out of gas and the pressure was too great? Just as all hope seems lost, a gigant courier train smoke rushes through the scene. Gears of Justice, it is now complete! Oh holla! 3 Garganos shout in unison. Garga change! At that moment, the gigant carrier emits a great noise, separating, then merging with Gigant X. Feast your eyes on this! A top level elite gear unit! The ultimate gear weapon! Gears United! Gear! Gigant XG! Powered by 3 Gigano. Gigant XG's power was tremendous. Quickly, especially the horse of Lugiano. However, Dr. Gear suddenly disappeared without a trace. Dr. Gear was sure to strike again, but no matter how many times he returns, Professor Colossal and the Gear Warriors will surely prevail. Fight, Gigano! Never go! Gear! Gigant XG! And why do these remind me of Galgaga? Oh well. You will see my webcam soon enough because there is one more solo gate I need to do, and that will be done live. Right now, we'll go into digital bugs in cyberspace. I might need a drink, but I'll hold it off for now. I mean, I just ate a few minutes ago, for crying out loud. The rapid progress of cyber networks has brought great benefits to humanity. They are now an integral part of our lives. However, that rapid progress and change left several minor bugs in the corners of the network. Initially, they were just meaningless data with little impact. However, the bugs accumulated data progressively learned over time. And by the time we noticed, they'd taken on the appearance of insects. Experts theorize that the primary objectives are proliferation and evolution. Despite the different qualities, the peculiar thing is they act as if they were one species with a singular purpose. In our world, we observe a symbiotic relationship between ants and aphids, in which ants drive away ladybugs, the aphid's natural enemy, to obtain nectar for the aphids. However, ants and aphids are different species whose objectives don't align. Might it be that the bugs were born of a singular datum, and only because their appearances differ, are they assumed to be different species? It will take some time to get to the bottom of this. In any case, we cannot overlook the bugs spread throughout the network. Network administrators have come to refer to these defects, who've achieved rapid growth and evolution, as digital bugs. Henceforth, they've taken action to exterminate those defects. The digital bugs are pests that devour the cyber networks. The network administrators concluded and implemented a large-scale removal plan. The removal plan, which mainly involved network engineers, was successful, and they eradicated the digital bugs. The defects were fixed, and peace was restored. However, that peace was short-lived. The cyber network became more vulnerable than before the offensive was launched. Some digital bugs appear to have survived the attempts at eradication. The engineers who suspected this conducted a thorough scan. Naturally, they found no digital bugs. Meanwhile, waves of interference swelled globally. What could be the cause of these problems? What changed so much before and after the interference? The answer was clear. It was the existence of the digital bug. After some deep deliberation, the engineers decided to release the stored digital bug data back into the network. This decision immediately sheds light on the perplexing obstacle. There was only one explanation. The digital bugs repair fatal errors and help stabilize the network. It was almost as if there was a symbiotic relationship between humans and the digital bugs. By providing a place for bees to live, humans can get the honey. Similarly, by providing a cyber network for digital bugs, the defects were extinguished. Since then, those that cause noticeable disturbances are removed, but thorough removal is avoided. Humans have decided to coexist with the digital bugs. Forward go, and the last one is two-parter. As for digital bugs, we go way back in time with the steam dinosaurs of Uncharted lands. A great river rushing with pristine water, a forest inhabited with a bounty of creatures, a volcano brimming with boiling lava. Those are unexplored lands full of the wonders of nature. Therein, creatures with their own unique ecology live. Mechanical dinosaurs, known as Dino-mists. Their novelty lies in the steam engines that power their hulking forms. The key to their survival in that great wilderness is that their bodies are suited to the harsh environment. This time, let's take a closer look at the shrouded ecology of the Dynamists. Drifting with the gentle flow of the river is the long-necked Dynamist Plesios. It derives its energy from water absorbed through a pipe in its tail. Not only is stabilizing energy produced by his hover unit supporting the beast's weight, the balance between the water imbibed and the steam released prevents flooding of the river. As a result, land runner companions are protected from potential flood damage. Flying freely through great skies is the way Dynamist Terran. Surrounded by the above winds collect moisture in the air and generate energy for high-speed flight. The water vapor released is cooled by the atmosphere, turning into rain clouds and hydrating the earth. Among the known dynamists, those with waters in the skies are a rarity. Next, let's take a look at the many dynamists that dwell on land. This time we direct our gaze to the land. Here a great many dynamists can be observed. Raising a great dust as they trample the earth are Dynamist Ceratops and Dynamist Stegosaur. Hardly a competition. Theirs is close to patrol that protects the territory. Ceratops use sharp protrusions of their bodies to crush the boulders spewed by volcanic eruptions, making the land more suitable for the companions. Stegosaur's backs are lined with fins in the shapes of swords that monitor the surrounding climate. Fluctuations in temperature and wind velocity that pose potential danger to the land are sensed by those fins. In the unknown lands where the dynamists live, there is one particularly perilous place, namely the volcano belt. Here colossal creatures glare at each other, vying to be the boss of all dynamists. Those are the Dynamist Spinos and Dynamist Rex. Both convert the steam engine's energy into electricity, and their power surpasses that of other dynamists. The two are rivals, but when a foreign enemy invades, they band together to protect the territory. That is the role as bosses. And so the dynamists perform the symbiotic roles as they coexist in those unexplored lands. This is the last solo game to which it is a single part. We're going to do the Colossal Mechanical Conch. And the archetype, which is pretty damn hard to say. On this planet, there grew a great tree they all called the notorious sacred tree. Life is born from this magnificent tree, and in death, all return to it. This cycle of life, which could be called reincarnation, has been carried on this planet for eternity. There came a time, however, when a war was waged over the notorious sacred tree, this sacred source of life. However, the Shadow forces relentlessly attacked the sacred tree, as if on a mission. In the face of this threat, the protectors of the sacred tree rose and fought back against the Shadows. The battle reached a fever pitch, with the fate of the entire world riding on it. The A forces create a protective barrier for the sacred tree, and cooperate with the forces that were already in battle. They seem to succeed in pushing back the Shadow threat. However, disaster struck when somehow someone managed to destroy the barrier. El Shadow Winda had pushed her way through the sacred tree. El Shadow Winda has pushed her way through to the sacred tree. With her divine powers, she broke the seal of the sacred tree, and the great tree tore itself from the earth and began to rise up toward the sky. Hidden within its roots, underneath, was an enormous life system. This system was the very crew of the planet's life cycle. As of returning to the system, the course it had once lost began to flow toward it, and were then sucked inside. Using the recovered course as the source of power, the Qliphorts, weapons within the Qliphorts, weapons hidden within the system, began to activate. As each Qliphort sprang to life, they flew out into the distance, or across the land. Only time would tell what the Qliphorts are after. Blow it. When the notorious sacred tree was uprooted, the Qliphorts were activated. These machines were a group of autonomous mobile weapons created to maintain equilibrium within the life system of the planet. When the Qliphorts sense an abnormality in the life system, they will mobilize to eliminate whatever it is. This time, what I sensed was the Shadow as a threat to be removed. The Shadow forces were battled relentlessly and brought to the brink of destruction by the Qliphorts. However, things took a sudden turn for the worse when they attempted to restrain and absorb El Shadow Winda. The divine powers within her ended up freeing the vanguards to destruction that was slumbering within the Cliffords. Sealed until this moment. Contact with El Shadowbinda also affected the Cliffords. Her power, a force equal to that of God itself, was never meant to exist. Once the Cliffords sensed that, they realized there was a fatal error in the life system. They decided to eradicate all life of the planet in order to purify it, essentially resetting it. Will life prevail, or is the world destined for ruination? This is but just one part of the stars' unending battle. You surely come to know the fate of this planet is another story. Now, for this one, I got some duels to do and some scenario to read. But we're going to go with this one first. For the duels, I will put on my webcam and footer. But for now, let's read what we have in store here. And oh boy, this one's gonna be long. These are chosen by the world legacy. The rulers of the star were not human. That world is ruled by 7 mechanical life forms, known as the Mech Knights. And across the land, spread their vanguard, the crawlers. These crawlers tend to swarm and destroy all human-made structures in their path. They most likely lack any emotions. Helpless before those ruthless machines, mankind had no choice but to live in hiding. Dense with thick trees, gloomy even in the daytime, a hinterland known as Forest of the Stars. Therein lays a hidden village where humans lived inconspicuously. The village was protected by a barrier that would prevent intruders from invading or even discovering it. The ritual wand, passed down through many generations, made the barrier extremely resistant, and it had never broken, not once. But even so, the villagers were suffocated by their anxieties day after day, not knowing when a great threat would come knocking at their doorstep. From within the suffocated unease of the village, there were still those determined to fend off the crawlers. Olam and Megalith.to. There was a reason they fought so desperately. It was the village priestess and the youngest sister of Megalith.to, Ib. From birth, the priestess possessed a divine power that synergized it with the ritual wand to create barriers. Ib's power was the strongest the village had ever seen in its history, but it was meager compared to the frightening forces that grew stronger by the day. Her companions saw how hard she was trying to put on a brave face for the villagers, and wished they could lighten her burden, even by a little. Aram and Megalith.to, along with the baby dragon Imduk, crossed the barrier in hopes of slaying even just one crawler. One day, Ib heard from inside the forest a faint sound like that of a human voice. Aram and Megalith.to could not hear it. However, Ib proclaimed that she keeps hearing the voice. Afraid Ib would venture into the forest alone, Aram, Megalith.to, and the baby dragon Imduk set foot inside the hinterland. The sun had already set, leaving only starlight to guide them. The scent of trees and soil hung in the cold air. Though her footing was unsure, Ib ventured into the forest, as if she was being guided. Careful to not lose sight of her, the three looked out for crawlers as they followed her. Suddenly, with an abrupt shriek, Ib vanished before their eyes. Rushing to the place where they lost sight of her, they saw Ib had fallen off a low cliff. It appeared Ib had been so spellbound in the direction of the voice that she had noticed there was no ground before her. The three descended the cliff and were relieved to find Ib uninjured. Before their eyes, a mysterious structure appeared. If it had been there before, they would have noticed it. But as the structure has been there for hundreds of years, it was ensconced in trees and entwined in ivy. They nervously approached the building. The wand Ib held in her hand glowed, and the building started to rumble as if a response. A mighty light radiated from the building, blowing aside the trees and cloaking everything in blinding light. Even with the eyelids closed, the light pierced mercilessly through. When they finally opened their eyes, a fairy floated in the air before them. The fairy spoke to the startled party. I am Lee, the World Chalice Fairy. A spirit that had been sealed inside the building They released a bright light known as the World Legacy, World Chalice. In previous times it was her duty to guide mankind, but was obstructed by the Mech Knight. For many years, she had been waiting for a world hero capable of activating the World Chalice. And that they are those world heroes. Please, lend me your strength and gather the scattered starlight and save the world from the great darkness, she spoke. Though bewildered by Lee's story, Aurum and the group were moved by her earnestness and decided to lend a hand. Hearing the resolve, the Fairy Lee smiled and bestowed upon them the powers of the awakened World Chalice. To protect humankind, accepted Lee's earnest wishes. Aurum and the group promised to help her. Accompanied by Lee, the group set off to return to the village, but they encountered several crawlers who blocked the way. Aurum, Negesu, and Imduk stood before the crawlers with a new strength coursing through their bodies. As I stood between the monsters and what they set out to protect, tension hung heavy in the air. A cold sweat dripped from Auron's chin and dampened the forest soil. As the great tension descended, the party suddenly seized upon the foes, lunging toward the exoskeletons of the crawlers. Aurum's sword cleaved the enemies with ease. Nigirus' lance pierced nimbly, and Imduk's claws teared ferociously at the metal hides. The battle was over almost as quickly as it had started. The power of the World Chalice that he had granted them was greater than expected. They couldn't conceal their surprise at the World Chalice's great power that now dwelled in their bodies. According to Lee, there are 6 more world legacies in the world with equal power to the World Chalice. If they were to be recovered, it would be possible to not only destroy the crawlers, but to destroy the Mech Knights who rule the world. This information provided a great ray of hope for the village people who lived so long in the gloomy forest. Following Lee's words and the guidance of the World Chalice, the young folks of the Forest of the Stars set out on a journey to seek the next world legacy. And so began the journey of Aram and the party, in search of the world legacy. Although the party was on a mission to save the world, as the first time in the outside world, everything they saw and heard felt fresh and vivid. No matter how many crawlers would appear, Aram and his friends would fight them off, and they did so for several days. How long must they have walked, with Lee and the guide as the guide, and the world chalice as the beacon? A humid wind caressed the cheeks. Before the body lay a vast swamp. A great artifact was submerged in a muddy expanse. The giant armor laying in the bog was one of the express purposes of this trip. The world legacy known as the world armor. However, they found more than just the world armor there. Not only on the surface of the armor, but also in the inside, dark figures squirmed. Like ants at the corpse of a dead insect, crawlers swarmed on the world armor. Their number was countless. From a red monocular emanated a bizarre light that filled the party's field of vision. The horrific sound of the crawlers' metal hides scraping against each other united into a thunderous cacophony, as if the earth was shaking. Standing before the three were superior specimens, possessing power far greater than the crawlers had crossed the path previously. Witnessing an overwhelming sight, the party decided it was reckless to try to break through from the front. On Lee's suggestion, the three friends dared not engage, and instead headed for the world armor. With the world armor in front of them, Aaron's party became blocked by a swarm of crawlers. No matter how many monsters they defeated, a new swarm appeared, trampling the debris of the fallen. Now divided, the party struggled. Their seemingly endless battles had whittled the party's strength down to almost nothing. They were unable to advance, but retreating wasn't an option either. They had no choice but to fight until all strength was gone. Just then, as Armor and the party were about to collapse, Lee called out to them. But if defeated the superior X-Crawler, you should be able to halt the movements of the other crawlers. In the midst of the battle, Lee had discovered that the X-Crawler was the commander of the crawlers. Trusting Lee's insight, the party pierced through the siege and closed in on the X-Crawler. The X-Crawler resisted fiercely, but they found the last of the strength to defeat it. Just as the commander collapsed, the swarm of crawlers surrounding the party suddenly stopped moving. Greatly wounded, Aurum and the party finally arrived under the world armor. But there were more than just crawlers there. 7 colors of light suddenly shone down from the heavens. There appeared the 7 knights. The figures before them were metallic, and emitted a radiant glow that enveloped the bodies in a lustrous light. The Mech Knights, who ruled over mankind and all of the world, had now descended to this very place. Aram and his friends found it difficult to describe the figures with mortal words, and could only stand frozen in their otherworldly presence. Then, suddenly, the Mech Knights reached their hands out, silently. A mysterious energy sprang forth from their hands and began to shroud Ib. Ib was exhausted. No, completely spent. The magical barrier provided by Ib had no resistance to the force field. The rest of the party desperately struggled to rescue Ib. However, with the same light from which they appeared, Ib and the 7 knights vanished without a trace. Lee cautioned of the danger if Ib's wand was stolen and the other war legacies fell into the wrong hands. Aram and his comrades set out to rescue Ib and recover the next world legacy. I will do the duel first, before I will do the scenarios. But give me a moment to grab something to drink. As all this talking can and will dehydrate you. Be right back. And we're back. And this is a duel. That hand is not a good hand. kind of scared. Oh, you son of a bitch. You can't block yourself, asshole! You just cock-blocked yourself by using Alpha with the Gamma. Dumb shit. Going dark. As we're going into the scenario once again. As we have the gift of the Martyr. Ib was held captive. The stolen ritual wand was sealed inside the core of a mechanite blue sky, its power source. She'd been captured forcefully. But up to this point, the Mech Knights hadn't laid a hand on her. Ib was deep in thought. The great darkness is using the crawlers to threaten humankind. What if humankind's perception of the Mech Knights had been wrong all along? Meanwhile, Aram and the party arrived at the base of the Mech Knights after the long quest to rescue Ib. Ruins of a forgotten civilization lay before them. The husks of decayed buildings long buried by crustal movements barely broke the ancient Earth's surface. Among them, artificial forms lay untouched in pristine condition. There, the activated World Legacy World Shield shone brightly, and the World Legacy known as the World Lands rose sharply out of the earth. Even with the power of the World Chalice, it was a fool's errand to challenge the Mech Knights. Following these words, Aram and the group decided on a sneak attack on the World Shield. Before the party, a knight appeared, then another. Previously, they wouldn't have stood a chance, but now it was different. They had to rescue Ib. Their determination made them fight with blood-curdling ferocity. Sensing danger, the Mech Knights transformed into united form. The Mech Knight Spectrum Supreme. Aura and friends battled the Mech Knight Spectrum Supreme, the culmination of the Mech Knight's power, with all their might. As the tide turned in the battle, Nigirisu gathered his strength and put all into one decisive strike of his spear. However, his attack was parried by the Mech Knight Spectrum Supreme, opening a large hole in the wall. The already fragile ruins couldn't withstand the impact and began to collapse. Before the dust settled, so as not to be noticed by the Mech Knight Spectre Supreme, Ningirsu directed a subtle glance towards Lee. Noticing his glance, Lee nodded slightly and slipped from the battlefield. She'd signaled her intentions to infiltrate the base alone and rescue Ib. Lee flew feverishly before finally arriving at Ib. Ib breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lee there, unharmed. But her relief was short-lived, as she learned that the others were battling the Mech Knights. Maybe it was they who were wrong to battle the Mech Knights. To know the truth, she had to stop the battle immediately. As Ib uttered those words, Lee, who stood in front of her, now slowly turned around. Upon the first meeting, Lee had greeted Ib with a warm smile of a fairy. But the smile had transformed, now blackened and hideous. Terrified, Ib sought to scream, but her consciousness was consumed by deep darkness before she could utter a noise. Aram and the others continued to battle. All of a sudden, an explosion occurred inside the facility. Immediately, Aram felt as if the world challenge awakened again, though the feeling was now greatly intensified. Everyone on the battlefield stopped fighting, transfixed at that moment. Just then, a figure appeared. She was standing on the mountain of the debris before them. It was the visage of Ib, unmistakable from head to toe. but her face betrayed something sinister. Her eyes glowed mysteriously, and an evil aura emanated from her body. These signs suggested that the figure before them was not the Ib they knew. Her laughter was nothing like that of Ib. She now spoke to the confused group. I am Lee. This body is now mine. Sweet Ib was no longer here. The feminine resonance of her voice was now poisoned with a booming dissonance. Oram and the others glared at her with confusion and anger. Meeting the gaze, Nightmare Corruptor Ibli emitted a force field. The force field now forcefully absorbed the power of the world chalice within Oram and the others, and now it threatened to take their lives. However, it will be the Mech-Knight Specter Supreme, whom they'd be fighting to the death just moments before, who would rescue them. Throwing itself at them, the power of Ibli was so great, it caused the form of the Mech-Knight Spectre Supreme to become unjoined. Separated into 7, the Mech-Knight was severely damaged. Then Ibli, with a familiar hand, proceeded to extract the cores from each of the Mech-Knights, one by one. It was now clear there was great danger in Ibli, possessing both the power of Ib as well as that of the ritual wand. Seeking to prevent this, the Mech-Knight Blue Sky sought to transfer control of the wand to someone other than Ib. Showing considerable growth in battle, Auron was the one chosen as the wand's successor. Ibli's power created a shockwave that launched Auron to the edge of the cliff. The Mech-Knight Blue Sky stretched out his arm to help him. Wordlessly, their gaze met. Auron sensed in his heart that the knight was trying to convey something, when a dazzling light shone suddenly. The next moment, Auron, adorned in new armor, not of the world chalice, and holding a sword in each hand, stood at the edge of the cliff. As Mech-Knight Avram, successor to the ritual wand. Once owned by Ib, the ritual wand was passed down through generations in the village of the Forest of the Stars. It was a key to the fate of the stars and held the power to unlock the world legacies. In a split-second decision, Auron had been chosen to succeed the wand. not by the ones controller Ib, but by the Mech Knights. Then, the transition of the key was split into two, just like his past sword was. Knowing Ib, resting inside of her, still possessed the key's power, Ibli set off to gain possession of the world lands before Aurum could reach it. Aurum chased after her, determined to stop her. However, in his path stood the nightmare beasts, born from the power contained in the cores that Iblis stole for the Mech Knights. Aurum, having just received his new powers, had to contend with the formidable strength of the 6 nightmare beasts. Now, Ningirsu, who rushed to Aurum's side along with Imduk, said to him,
"We'll hold it back. You go ahead."
His voice was quiet, but resolute. Having lost the power of the world Chalice, Ningirsu knew he would be powerless to stop Ibli, even if he could catch her. Without waiting for Aurum's reply, Ningirsu leaped out facing the beasts, spear in hand. Though nearly powerless, Ningirsu still deftly handled his spear as if possessed. As the nightmare mermaid was crushed, the beasts all turned their heads toward the spear wielded in unison. He must have wanted to pursue his little sister more than anybody else. Aurum took off to pursue Ibli and the world lands, with the determination of Ningirsu as the wind in the sails. Left alone, Ningirsu continued to fight by himself, his roars echoing throughout the battlefield. Six more duels remain for this solo. 6 more duels remain to complete the story. And after that, the only thing left to do is to do some rank duels, friend duels, or deck building. Or maybe even some opening of the card packs that are lying in wait. Who knows? What I do know is this. nightmares. Goblin. Extra normal summon. Well, I mean, they set me up. To play Mech Knight Blue Sky next turn. I'm still set up for this. First off, summon Blue Sky. I'm going to add Aura. World Legacy Whisper. Target Blue Sky. And monster effects are not in that kind of. Solitary Sword of Poison. Boost this motherfucker even further. Be gone, Nightmare Unicorn. Why would I activate this? Oh, reinforcement of the army. Yeah, sure, I'll activate it. Do a spell Strider. Have some sort of emergency backup plan. Oh, useless. Alright, sure. Purple rifle. And now you have. Wait. Why can't? What the fuck? Oh, that shit, bitch! That bitch! God damn it. Wasted a fucking card here. Damn! Fuck me. Gotcha. Do not. Terraform. I need to find a way to get rid of Gryphon. Nee. To Ibli. No. Ibli ruined my combo. I'm going to retry. This is a sucky hand. Still, I can make use of this. Vortex's scars will be the one I want. Okay. Legacy scars. I will grab unexpected die. Summon Avram. Scars to discard a World Legacy card. Okay, get that slot out of the way early. No viable target for Tribe Eater yet. There we go. This allows me to do my thing. I mean, Master Reborn is now a viable target. When the Master Reborn is now a viable option. I think we'll special some World Legacy World Armor. Cerberus, Royal Master. I really don't want to do. I really don't want to wander with armor. I was surprised it didn't go and destroy this one. Oh well. Time to lock you down. Let's put some back in my word shadows. Couldn't attack anyway. Aggression, of course. Find a way to. I need to find a way to off that motherfucker. It's a mech-knight car, so I can't do as much with that. Discovery can still bring it back each and every damn time. This guy. Shit, you can also normal summon this ass, right? I've got my way to off him. This dude's over. I shouldn't have flipped some of that. I shouldn't have flipped some of that. But since this is a special monster, it can't declare an attack, it can't activate its effect. I screwed someone over myself. Oh yeah, shit. Sky Striker Afterburners. That could possibly be my ticket. First, I'm gonna test the waters here. I wish there was a way to get rid of that card on the field. No, Legacy Whispers is a bit. Man, this is a freaking stalemate at this point. I got nothing here. I can only just fill my hand and that's it. No, I'm not gonna use the equip spell Solitary Sword of Poison. I'm going to need one monster for that, and one monster only. Since I have no extra deck, I can't just... get these monsters out of here. Actually, you know what? Oh, yeah, let's make like this guy again. Hell yeah. You can stay in the graveyard, you asshole! Blue sky. Fuck Django. You just got one card from my hand here. Discard Road Chest Guard Dragon. Okay, Sound Strike is basically fucking useless, so get out. No. I'll let him clear my board there, thing. I'll let him clear my board now. I mean, I could set this one. That way I won't have to worry about a freaking mirror. Oh, I won't have to worry about this card. Keep. Guard Dragon, get out of here. The fuck? Oh. Hobby's Feather Duster, thank you. Yeah, fucking dare you. Attack me, you bitch. Checkmate. Jesus, that was a long battle. Holy crap. Opening the gate, just because I can. However, I'm not going to do at the gate yet. Oh lord, this hand is atrocious. Oh! So that I can just drag the cards and be fucking quick with it. Wow. Mm-mm. Monster Reborn is useless. Actually, is it? You're gonna search someone else. Are you Dark Cybers? Whatever. Heart of the Graveyard. Cerberus, okay, is gonna destroy AV. Or not. Okay, it destroys my AV, but it's not by the way I thought it would be. Actually, Ancient Confusion, I will wait off of that. First off, Monster Reborn. Talk my Hydra. think I'm gonna use Age Confusion for this then. That's so fucking what? Oh, especially my Hydra. Goblin, of course. And let's go for Serby. Alright, unicorn. Not the worst. Let's go for ACK Hell with 30k ACK level. Always have a backup plan. In my case, it's how we put. And if I kill him, that's a nice surprise. If they do not kill him, it's a slow burn. If you do kill him, I can get a monster out without the summoning conditions. Rifle? Weakened because of your own fucking monster? What did the effect? Good rifle. I'll make sure to kill that rifle. I don't need another range destruction. Burn! not the best hand. It's not worth either. Serby. That shoe is very toxic. If only I had something to negate it, because it's really toxic. Cerberus, okay. Puta madre. Oh god, Quiet.to. There's Carter, got you back, of course, a motherfucker. No. I'll take you. Unleash the Unchained. Now I just need to clear my deck, clear the last two, both the loner deck and my deck, and then I will finish off the solo mode with this video. It's okay, I guess. Castle. Pop into Control Reef, I did not go for Asian Gear. Chaos Giants. No. I go for Megalith. I can link for 2, but I'm not gonna do that. Instead, trying to get some old Asian Gear destruction in. Weapon. Okay, so they allow you to reuse Megaton. Pardon me. You got rid of it, but you allow me to reuse it. Now endure his wrath. Not even your monsters of 3,000 defense would be able to stand against this. Oh, big mistake. What is it? Close enough. Because of Ibly, I can't get the effect of a Megaton. My name is just cancer. Monster report. That just might just might help. Because now I can bite back. Try to kill Anaya, motherfucker! I dare you! I double dare you! I said kill it in battle or effect. Not use the link, you bitch. What? Fuck it. You want to play hard? You want to play hard again? You want to play rough? Now let's play rough, motherfucker. Second beast time. Okay, good. Means we don't have to waste a move. Cerulean. Opening. Yes, I know it's improperly summoned. But that was just a barrier trap! I was not gonna plan an attack at it. Grab a hormone. Because now I could probably summon this son of a bitch. Actually, I can set up for a much more dangerous combo than what I have now. I'm the Phoenix. Discard the target. Nothing. My man, you are so boned. I'm not even gonna bother the fuse. You're just gonna get knocked out. Say a prayer, bitch. Get over it. Right, final 2 duels, and then it's finishing off the gates. Oh, it's a Ignista. Okay, first off, I gotta summon Picari. Atignista! Island, of course. Oh. That was my island sorcerer again. Josh! Ligsan! Dagtabla! Atignista! Oh, damn. I got a... I got a nice little move plan here. It looks like I'm about to make it. Nope, I'm not gonna fuse. Instead, I'm going to battle. I want to do this again. I want to summon the arrival at the Ignis. Or how to say this in Japanese. The arrival Cyberspace at the Ignista. This is not a favorable hand. Okay. I will summon. I will summon. At the Ignista. Activate effect. I'll send. Doyon. Activate. Toshin. At the Ignista. Then link 2. Actually, link 1. Dark Infant at the Ignista. Use Dojin. Use Island. Okay, I did it wrong in so many levels. Because I need a Dark Templar on the field. But I can't summon Dark Templar if I send a dog monster with Ignis Island. So I'm gonna do this again. Ignis Island in my starting hand. Nice. Ignis Island, special summon. Hikari at the Ignista. Eye contact. Dark Infant. Put item to my hand. Contact. So island to the bottom. So I'm mining. Huh. There's some brew. Dark Templar out. Oh, no way! What's the attribute of Jiraibo at the Ignista? Dark. Toshin. At the Ignista. Toxishokan. Dark Templar. At the Ignista. Monster Cook. Hatsuno. Brr. Pikari. Toxishokan. モンスター効果発動。がっちり特殊召喚。同心効果発動。いけリンクアローかっこいい。そしてリンク3ダークテンプラーアーティグリスター。そしてモンタレブルーアーティグリスター。光アーティグリスター。同心アーティグリスター。リンクアローセット。リンク召喚。あらよリンク6ジライバーサイバースアットイグリスター。ターンする。けモンスター特殊召喚アーツコロンアーツイグリスター。カードドロー。サイネットマイニング発動。ピケリアットイギリスマジックカード I love fusion 発動。 Gachiri, Atigrisa. Nightmare Phoenix. You go. Okay. Earth Golem. Atigrisa. Fuck your shield. Really just fuck your shield. I got a 4,000 monster attack. Ready to attack over it. You know what? I'm going to return Dark Templar at Nignister. That way I can reuse it. Now, said, Light Dragon at Nignister! Guess I have to kill this son of a bitch in battle. Sure, bring it back. Do I look like give it in? How would you go over the arrival cybers at Ignister? You can't. Misery loves company. The room and I just here. I'll go with Duel to detach. Oh wow, didn't see that coming. Oh wait, I totally fucking did. Time to set the field ablaze. Gachiri, target light dragon. Fire Phoenix, attack, and burn. Let's take a drink. Be right back. Let's take a drink here. Oh, this hat sucks. Hell, I'm not gonna win a battle with this hand. In fact, I'm gonna go back to my ancient gears. At least the probability you have a monster in my hand that I can summon is higher. Case the point. First, gonna be smart. Set this one. Next, I'll summon ancient gear wyvern. Activate effect. Do I go for ancient gear fusion? Might as well, but I'm not gonna activate it yet. So there goes that plan. Fusion. Chaos, Ancient Gear, Giant. And now I just bulldoze my way up to victory. What can my opponent do? Basically, nothing. I don't even need to summon a monster here. Just attack it and it's over. Now my webcam is going dark, my footer is going offline. And this will be the final lore to narrate. And with that lore, the solo gates are completed. Auron rushed to the base of the world lands, but it was too late. By the time he arrived, Ibli had already finished activating the world lands. With the newfound power of the world lands, Ibli launched an aggressive assault on Auron. With such destructive force that each blow shook the earth, Auron faced the attacks alone. In the face of those attacks, Auron now lay wounded on the ground. Ibli moved to pick up Auron's discarded sword, now swing it over and over, as if to check its weight. Then Ibli moved it closer to inflict a final blow on Auron. Auron couldn't move his upper body, let alone stand up. Also nice close up on Ibli's you know what. Just as Ibli raised the sword to strike, a small shadow emerged from Auron's cloak. The young dragon Imduk summoned its otherworldly power between the young boy and girl, determined to help his companions in the time of crisis with whatever he could muster. That power suppressed the evil that dwelled in Ib, if only for a moment. By suppressing Lee's evil spirit, the spirit of Ib that had resided deep in the depths had now awakened. Auron lay on the ground powerless. Imduk was exhausted of his powers and unable to move. And Ib was now holding a sword in her hand. Realizing her situation, she made her decision. Only she could put an end to Lee's evil desires. Her hand that held the sword now tensed with strength. Lee realized Ib's intentions and tried to resist, but Ib's awakened spirit overcame her. She sees a flashback of her childhood friend desperately calling in her direction. The younger drew short, rapid breaths, points the blade toward itself, and when Nigiristu arrived at the scene, he saw his childhood friend holding the limp body of his little sister in its arms, repeatedly calling her name. At the cruel end of this surreal scene, the older brother could do nothing but stand there, stunned and speechless. That solo mode completed fully. Now solo mode has become nothing but a discarded shell, never to be used again. For my legacy packs, Escalation of the Monarchs, Les Ringus, Reform Bell the Bellman, Reform Pal Chirmo, Dark Desert Tapir, Master Gig, Elementosaurus, Memphis the Infernal General, Martyr.to, Smashing Horn, the Rock Spirit, and Goyo Chaser. I got like 14 random magic numero 4. It's like, what the hell, game? Oh, crap. Oh, damn. Number 75, number 86 combo. Toxic as all hell. Well, that was it for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. This has been a long episode. Going over the solo mode at the fullest. Meet me again in the duel arena whenever you have the time to see some duels. In ranked mode. And also maybe some deck building. See you then. Goodbye.